Sir. Yeah. Might have to sue her. All right, thank you, everyone. Good morning. Sorry to keep you all waiting. State of Florida versus George Pino. Parties, would you please announce?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning. On behalf of Mr. Pino, who is present, Howard Srebnick, Canel Gomez, Ed Armelino, and Mark Shapiro. Good morning.
Good morning. Now, could you please swear Mr. Pino?
Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
All right. So let's discuss the witness, and we're going to review some of the body worn. We were able to send the 14th defense of the body worn camera evidence.
We have, Judge. We took the opportunity to meet with Lieutenant Thompson in the quarter a few moments ago. He authenticated the video clips that we would want to review with him today.
Well, what Lieutenant Thompson can say about those clips is that they accurately depict the route that he took through the channel. However, most of those clips, Your Honor, were actually prepared by the state's expert witness, Mr. Albert. And what he did, because he was doing this with GoPro video, he was able to also enable the GPS that would go along with it. And so you'll see on the screen, for example, the speed or the heading that the lieutenant was taking as we went through that channel. And so he can't authenticate that part of it. That would have to come in through Mr. Albert because he can't speak to any of that. It's accuracy or anything along those lines.
Is that going to be the witness that you have for Monday?
Correct.
So,
And I anticipate introducing all of those videos through him, but Lieutenant Thompson can't vouch for anything other than this is the route that I took.
Okay. Well, it could be subject to being leaked at this point through Lieutenant Thompson, or it could be addressed, I guess, with your last witness on Monday. I don't know. I'm not sure what would this defense be asking. Because I prefer not to have to bring back Lieutenant Thompson, and it would just be with that caveat. I mean, it's.
Judge, I don't know what the state's intentions are this morning with this particular FWC reconstruction to begin with. Regardless, as Your Honor pointed out, we can certainly link this up on Monday through Albert. See if that's an issue.
That's fine too. That's fine. So, but either way, I would accept it subject to link, or that might, I don't know if that would be confusing or not. So I'll leave it all to you on that, because that was the one that I wanted to show was right away. Is there anything else we have to go on? I'm just checking, I'm not sure if all the jurors were here yet, but is there anything else you'd like me to address before we finish the jury?
Yes, Judge. We have transcripts ready for the jurors to follow along for when the lieutenant testifies about the defendant's statements that are on body-worn camera. So I've turned them over to the defense, but I can, at the time when we're going to be publishing these, I'll pass out the transcripts.
Pass that out and Mr. Borst pass those out.
Either way.
And do you have an extra copy?
We get 5 copies for that.
I didn't want to kill too many trees. These were all sent.
You email it?
Yes,
Yeah, email would be great.
but these are exactly the same as from the motion to dismiss. The only difference is that per the defense request, any reference to the defendant's decision not to provide a voluntary sample of his blood was all redacted, both from the transcript as well as the body.
And I want to make sure that you have reviewed that and confirmed. Okay. Was there an extra copy? Or no?
Yes.
Was it just the
No, no, no.
Let me check with Renee now on this one.
I didn't see it.
Yes.
Ready? All rise.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing today? Wonderful. Let me ask you some questions. Has anyone seen anything in the news about this case? Been looking for it on the news, have you? No? Read anything in the newspaper? How about social media? Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about the case? All right. No one's done any research, I hope, trying to gather any information outside of the courtroom. Very good, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to proceed now. State your name, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant William Thompson, please. Yes.
So please step forward, face the clerk, and raise your right hand to be
Do
sworn.
you swear affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Smile, we're gonna have a seat, thank you. Just keep your voice loud and clear on the microphone. And you know it's pointed one way, the jury's this way, so keep your voice to the left or right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant William Thompson. I work for the FWC.
How long have you worked for, FWC stands for what?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission
How long have you worked for FWC?
since 2017.
I want to call your attention to the date of September 4th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Was it a holiday weekend?
It was.
Did your agency have an increased number of officers out there?
It did.
Why?
Holiday weekend, higher boat traffic around the area.
On that day, did you meet a person by the name of George Pino?
I did.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark sports coat with a blue tie.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
Stipulation.
So again,
Did you know him prior to that day?
I did not.
Did you have a chance to speak with him at a place called Elliott Key Harbor?
I did.
Initially, do you have a brief exchange with him while he's still on a police boat?
I did.
What was the purpose of that interchange?
To identify the operator of a vessel that was involved in an accident.
About what time was it that you came into contact with him?
Around,
If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
I like to use my notes to look at time, please.
just review your notes if you would, sir, don't read from them, and look up after you review them.
Around 6:37 p.m.
That's when you spoke with him?
at Elliott Key, correct. Prior to that, around 6:20-ish.
Okay. Now, did you at Elliott
Sorry,
Key?
I'm having a hard time hearing. Apologize.
At Elliott Key, did you speak with him about trying to figure out whose boat it was and where it was trailered?
Yes,
Okay, and what time is that?
that is at 6:37 p.m.
Was your interaction with him while he was on the boat at Elliott Key recorded on your body worn camera?
It was.
Did you have an opportunity to review with me a jump drive that has a number of clips from your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5H. Lieutenant, do you recognize any writing on this exhibit?
I do.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that signify that you've watched the contents of this clip and it accurately depicts portions of your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 5H for identification and evidence.
Judge, prior to our subject, prior to
So prior objection admitted.
5H, field mark for identification becomes a state exhibit 98.
Lieutenant, the first clip that's on here, is that you speaking with him on a boat at Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it daylight or nighttime at that time?
Nighttime,
Do you remember about what time it was?
8:16 p.m.
So you actually authenticated 2 videos with me this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on one second. I'll grab the other one.
Mary Louise, what was the exhibit number, please?
98.
90, thank you.
For the record, I'm showing counsel now states 5G. Lieutenant, same question. I showed you 2 jump drives this morning. Can you take a look and tell me if you recognize initials on this?
I do.
And is this going to be the clips of your actual body worn camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the other one, does that have to do with another issue that we're going to talk about in a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 5G for identification and evidence.
subject to prior objection.
Subject to prior objection admitted.
5G, mark for identification becomes
For the record, the state will now publish the statement that's labeled 1, statement 1. And Your Honor, I have the transcripts for the jurors to follow along.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be handed some transcripts. This is for your use to follow the video evidence. These transcripts are not in evidence. The video is the evidence.
Judge, do you need one?
I have. Thank you.
Just where you launch from. Alright, so we're where you launch from? Where's the boat belongs? Oh, Bush Breeze. So it's at Bush Breeze. So we're going back, we're going through the channel, and there was 2 girls sitting in the back. Yes, correct. We're going by. You leave the boat in the water Bush Breeze, or it's on trailers? No, it's in the water. So I turned back to look. Okay, 2 girls sitting at the back seat of the boat. I got 5, 6 in the front, my wife in the middle. And we were coming, and I approached the waves. And the first thing I always do, the boat in, I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were good to stay in the back. And the next thing I know, I hit the wave, and I tried to swing, and the right side of the boat, the left side of the boat, have a trailer for that boat.
The boat goes back to Ocean Reef, and it's in a rack. So usually I drive it back.
Park on the thing, I looked it up.
You got any word on that we're on the
No, they're still,
where are they?
they're going to, riders most likely, one of the hospitals up in Miami, they're going to hospice.
I mean,
We'll keep you updated as we go along. Okay, we'll keep you updated as we go along there. Go ahead and get the captain's name, the bird.
Lieutenant, it appears that when you have this initial interchange with the defendant while he's on that boat, are you asking him how the boating crash happened?
No, ma'am.
What are you trying to get information about at that point?
So I'm trying to figure out where the vessel comes from, see if it has a trailer, because we have an active scene out there. There's a boat drifting. It could become a navigational hazard. So at that moment, I'm trying to see if there's a trailer. I have people on land trying to coordinate on how to get that boat out of the water so it's not in the way of other boat traffic. So if he has his own trailer, the goal is to use his trailer to transport that boat.
So when he's telling you about some other boat or something, that's not what you were there to find out from him.
No, ma'am.
He's just spontaneously telling you those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was at about 8:16 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you speak with the defendant again a little later that same evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also at Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the next time that you have interaction with him?
At 8:59 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you were doing? Well, when did you finish that little brief conversation with him?
8:18.
Okay. So from 8:18 to 8:59, almost 45 minutes or so, can you tell the members of the jury, are you having any interaction with George Pino?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then at 8:59, you then wind up speaking with him again, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording that interaction with him?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, do you have any sense that he's committed a criminal offense?
No, ma'am.
Was he allowed to interact with his daughter and the other girls that had been brought to Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am. Was encouraged.
Now, when you speak with him this second time, can you tell the jurors, what was your aim?
Second time I spoke to him was to conduct a boating accident investigation. So I wanted to sit down with him and get the specifics of what he remembered that happened or occurred during that time.
Where is it that you speak with him?
At a park bench.
Okay. Were there other officers around you?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Did you raise your voice to him?
No, ma'am.
Did you order him around?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Did he require any assistance to walk to that picnic table?
No, ma'am.
Was he responsive to you when you asked him questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you understand what he was saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wear your body-worn camera on that night, the same place where we see it right now on your uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's basically at chest level.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're seated opposite the defendant and recording this interview, can you see his face?
No, ma'am. You see his chest, if anything.
During that interaction with him, did you ever ask if he'd been drinking alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Does he tell you anything about drinking alcohol?
He does.
What does he say?
He tells me that he had 2 beers.
Okay. During that interview, do you make arrangements for fire rescue workers to come over and check him out, make sure he's okay?
Yes, ma'am. He was bleeding from the elbow. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, so I had fire rescue take a look at him.
All right. For the record, I'm not going to publish the statement on the state's evidence, style 2, statement 2.
Counsel, did you have a transcript?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also add to the explanation about transcripts. Again, you know, here are recorded conversations, recordings are the evidence, transcripts are given to you to help you follow along. Transcripts are not in evidence. If there is any discrepancy between what you see on the transcripts and what you hear in the recorded conversation, you must rely on what you hear in the recorded conversation as the evidence. All right? This will apply, the instruction I just gave you, to all of the recorded conversations you're about to hear. All right?
And Judge, so we can preserve pretrial motions related to the subject matter of the witness
Yes, sir.
testimony.
Preserve for the record.
Before the FWC, I do all voting ads in such series. Every time someone says something gets light-flighted, that's when it comes. So, right now, I don't update my officer just getting to the hospital. So, we all went to the same spot, my office, medical staff, won't give an update until my guys get there. They won't go to the phone, they don't know what's actually calling. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone is over there. Oh, that's the all the girls? They're over there. There's someone there. There's someone who's over there. No, there's somewhere there. All those girls are fine. They're a little short, of course, go downstairs. So, as of right now, last I had an update, she's conscious, but she's good. She's saying she's okay. That was the last time I had. I'm not going to have on anybody. I was all but from all over Sandbar. So, someone told me that when the girl that was on the family, we were there, I don't know with my wife, I'm still getting all of these. I don't know.
Your Honor, would the court please read the instruction to the jury regarding?
Edited recordings.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have read it to you yesterday, the other day. There may be portions of these recordings that have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions, okay, that would not add to your understanding of this case. Please, that should not concern you in terms of how you evaluate the evidence. And it must not impact you as to how you view or consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
you guys are grabbing fire rescues? Yeah, we're attached to the boat. We should be also talk about your side. How that fire rescue?
At that time, it was activated in covert, and to remind me that the body cam is working, it'll rumble on my chest, and that's that rumbling noise you guys are hearing.
How long have you been on that boat? Yeah, on the boat. And how many hours? You gotta put hours, how many hours on the boat? That boat. All year pretty much? How long have you been boating? All day? You had all this equipment on the boat, right? Yeah, I'm actually checking because I have some people over there, make sure I get a license. So, we have, and the owner of that boat, put all the hours on it, into that channel. I was concerned when we were going through there, because it was too much. Over top. To be able to walk out of that, I was my girls were on the back. We were going through the last marker. When the boat coming through, so the waves, I was veered to the right, so you cut into the waves. Okay. I like that. Okay. How do I do the waves? And I go that it's the waves, I look back at the two girls that were sitting. Okay. And I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch, I don't remember exactly who it was. It was vocal, pretty sure it was vocal, and Isaiah. Okay. So I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, I'm trying to get you guys on the back, if you walk around, you're right on the back. And as soon as I said it, I was going through the wave, and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when I do one of the waves,
probably telling because it was very scary. Because I got up, so I couldn't believe what had happened. Saw some people floating, yelled, recognized some of them. We said, here. And then I immediately went back to see them. In my head, remember who's up there? I got hurt, it was not a TV. Okay? And I was freaking out already. Just got hurt, pulled her up, and there was a boat that stopped. She's out. This would be the day. River. Alright, so the people that actually over me got and then I wasn't sure there's one people was it working. And then I get back up, and go out, a little bit out of breath. And then two more people showed up. And they're like, come on in. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. I told you I'll keep you updated with anything I know, anything I learn about. They were a couple of models. I'll be out of three. I'm going to ask for consent to search the GPS and the engines to see if there's any engine issues, if the engine's revved, because the GPS will show us the track. I would love to get a consent to search the GPS, the engines, and the phone. Besides, I want to see what the GPS is telling me. I want to know if the engines, once you hit that weight, did those engines over rev when they hit the weight, and they did a lot of product when it came through the wave. It's spun twice as hard. I would like one of those. I'll get a form, we'll sign that today. No, that's what I really want to do. I want to know what caused the accident. So we'll sign that, and then right now, we're pull the boat out ourselves. We're going to take it to our. I can't not tell you about these things. I just want to pull it out now. Yeah, we're pulling it out now. We're going to put it on a trailer, put a lot behind a gate at my office. There's a bunch of persons and stuff in there. That's why I need to do the search too, so I can get all the purses, all the bags, all the personal belongings out there too. Yeah, I mean, when you're going to be there, everyone's personal belongings. Let me get the paper and pad, so I can write down what the top goes with. If you get it, as soon as I walk in there. And then in a minute, I'm going to ask for a written statement from you and then a seating chart of where everybody to recollection is sitting on the boat. That would be a minute. Real quick, let me go get that one form. You want to go talk to your daughter real quick? You want to walk me to? I'll be back on 5 minutes here. Over top.
What time did you stop speaking with the defendant to go and get some other forms?
9:13 p.m.
The recording that we just heard, is that exactly the way that you and the defendant were interacting with each other?
Yes.
At the time that you're talking with him, is he showing any overt signs of being impaired by alcohol?
No.
Is he being cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is he volunteering to give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he express any kind of concern for the people that were his passengers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem legitimate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, when you're speaking with George Pino, do you have any idea what his GPS is going to tell you?
No, ma'am.
At that moment in time, are you thinking in any way that he's a criminal suspect?
No, ma'am.
At that time, when he gave you this, explanation that there was some other vessel that caused this crash, did you have any reason at that moment to doubt what he was saying to you?
No, ma'am.
So at the end of that exchange, do you then wind up ultimately maybe talking with some colleagues, but then getting papers that you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the papers that you needed?
Consent to search form.
Okay. What's a consent to search form?
It's a voluntary form that the individual signed to give us access to look at whatever we put on it. So GPSs, hatches, engine data, just so we can do a thorough investigation to look over the boat.
Now, while you went to go get these papers, where is the defendant?
He is still on the island. He's checking on the girls. He's talking to other people all around him.
Is he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Are the police officers on either side of him escorting him around?
No, ma'am.
Is he able to wander around freely with the other girls that were there?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone for roughly 20 minutes
Okay. Where was it that you had to go to get these papers?
to my patrol vessel.
Is that basically your, I don't know, like a floating office for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you step away from the defendant, do you mute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why?
We mute our microphones when we're not discussing anything with the public. We're speaking to other colleagues, law enforcement, first responders, might be sensitive subjects, sensitive matters. So we have the ability to mute it when we're speaking to other law enforcement, not the public.
Was it your intention when you re-engaged with the defendant to unmute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you forget to do that right off the bat?
I did.
Okay. But did you at some point during that second interchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did your body-worn camera capture some images of the defendant while he was interacting with the other girls and on that island?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the clips that you reviewed earlier this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm going to be publishing the clip in 3 Elliott Key Harbor. No, you're not. Not this one. And at this time, is your microphone on mute?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any bandages on his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
On his head.
Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, are you conversing with your colleague?
I am.
That person you just saw with the writing on his head, who's that?
That's Mr. Pino.
Lieutenant, at one point, you see on your body-worn camera what looks to be like the top of a clipboard or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jurors, what is it that you're holding in your hand?
So that clipboard is where I keep a lot of documents such as consent search forms, written statements. It's so I don't have to go back and forth from my vote to Mr. Pino, trying to bring all the paperwork in, so we can sit down and take care of everything we can take care of.
Can you describe what it looks like?
Yeah, it's a plastic clipboard, your clipboard on top, and on the inside it has a hollow, so I can follow the paperwork in there, so the elements like the sun, rain can't get to the paper.
Thank you. After that 20-minute or so period of time when you had gone to go get these additional papers in your clipboard of sorts, do you communicate again with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you make contact with him?
He's sitting on a bench with two young ladies that were passengers of the vessel. I asked him if he'd come back over to the park bench that we spoke at earlier.
And what was his reaction?
Cooperative.
Did you have to entice him to come with you?
No, ma'am.
He just instantly said, okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to assist him at this point walking over to the table?
No, ma'am.
When you are with him at that table, is your body-worn camera still recording?
Still video recording.
But what about audio?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you, in fact, show to the defendant a form called the consent to search form?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1P for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1P. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have your handwriting on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this an enlarged copy of the consent to search that you showed to the defendant on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I move states 1P for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1P, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 100 in evidence.
Lieutenant, would you please read what is on that consent to search form?
It says, I, George Pino, owner, operator of fishing vessel, documentation DO 1294732, having been informed of my constitutional rights to not have a search of my property hereinafter mentioned without a search warrant and my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do voluntarily consent to search the following equipment: GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. The above equipment may be searched for all data, including but not limited to waypoints, track lines, marks, routes, events, position data, and dates by special agents or officers of the FCC. Technical assistance such as authorized dealers, technicians, or manufacturers' technicians, or other FWCC enforcement designees. I further understand that anything or any article that may be found during the search may be used as evidence against me in any criminal or civil trial.
Your Honor, may the witness step down again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, first off, who fills out the name George Pino up here? And what is this documentation number?
Documentation is an identifier of the vessel that Mr. Pino is operating. It's a federal documentation number, it's a different way, but that's the federal documentation. Identifier of the vessel.
Speaking of that vessel, was it in fact taken out of the water that night?
It was not taken out that night.
It took a day or two to get it out.
Yes, sir.
Now I see under here, I voluntarily consent to search of the following equipment. We see GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. Who wrote that in?
I did.
At the bottom, I see a signature. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
Okay. And what was the date and the time that this was signed?
9/4/2022 at 21:31 hours, which is 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and then down here, the name of the person giving permission. Who wrote that?
I did.
And I see name of person with missing signature. Who's that?
That would be me.
And did you fill out your name?
I did.
Below that, it asks address and telephone number of person giving permission. Who wrote that information?
I did.
And at the bottom, again, there's another signature of person giving permission. Who wrote that
The
signature?
defendant.
And then the signature of the person witnessing permission?
That would be my signature.
Okay, thank you. Once the defendant gave you his permission for you to search his vessel, did you then advise him of what's commonly referred to as his Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jury why you did that?
The reason I advised him of his Miranda rights was just in case he says something along the lines of, I had a copious amount of drugs in my system, I drank something, I did this on purpose. I want to make sure that he's advised of his rights before he makes any such comment like that.
Was he under arrest at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
No handcuffs on him?
No, ma'am.
No physical force used against him, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In order to advise him of his Miranda rights, did you have handy with you what's commonly referred to, I think, as a Miranda card?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what's a Miranda card?
It's a state-issued piece of plastic that we usually keep in our vest or in our pocket on our person. It has the Miranda warnings written onto it with a couple questions on the back end to ask the individual that we're reading the rights to.
Showing counsel states 5R for identification. Pretend I'm showing you states 5R. Is this a photocopy of the Miranda card
Yes, ma'am.
that you would have advised the defendant with?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move states 5R for identification and evidence.
Judge, just we want to preserve all the prior objections, including the pretrial motions to this area.
Absolutely it is, and no objection. admitted.
I mean, we just have a standing objection, so I don't need to.
Sure, no problem.
5R, mark for identification, becomes a state exhibit 101.
Lieutenant, would you read from this document what you read to the defendant in the same type of tone that you read it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say cannot be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. If you consent to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand each of these rights? With these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you, no, I am not willing to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
So he's still being cooperative with you, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, I have 2 pages here. Is the actual card, like, there's printing on the front and the back?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point while you're advising the defendant of his rights, do you remember, oh gosh, I forgot to turn on my microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you turn it on right then and there?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you hit the microphone on your camera, is the remainder of that exchange with the defendant recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I am now publishing the clip that is titled 4, Statement 3. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down again, please?
Yes.
Lieutenant, what are we looking at right now?
My control vessel.
Is this where you went to retrieve that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact start filling it out?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the clipboard you described for us?
Yes, ma'am.
I just saw a young person with a life jacket. Was that one of the girls that had been brought back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defendant in this group here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a little blurry, but. Oh. Who is he interacting with at that point?
To the passengers of the vessel.
Was there anybody from fire rescue with him also?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's this?
I have to read my notes.
I'm sorry, can't hear you, sir.
Sorry.
I said I can look at my notes. It's one of the passengers.
On this officer here, you see the green light on his head on camera. What does that tell you about covert on or covert off?
I think covert's off. So you can see that blinking light I was talking about earlier, that can be distraction. You have the ability to cover that up so you don't make the light and have the covert on.
Is that the form that we see in the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, that's the consent search form.
rocky up there?
It was.
Is this the picnic table that you presented?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, is he actually walking with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys side by side?
Not directly side by side.
But we can't see him because he's not in the field of view.
Correct.
What are you doing at this point?
Describing to the consent to search form and giving him his instructions with it.
Lieutenant, as you're going over this form, the consent to search form, is he giving you any impression that he's impaired by alcohol?
No, ma'am.
at this point, has the defendant signed that consent form?
Yes,
And do you now start to transition into beginning to get ready to read him his rights?
yes, ma'am.
And at the bottom part of the screen, are we gonna see a little bit of that card that you were using?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it there?
It's actually toward the top of the screen. The right talk to lawyer, have the president, if you want to raise questions, for the item of what we appointed representative, how many questions you wish, you can send in 10 questions now without a lawyer present. The right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights? Do you have any rights in mind we wish to talk? I have to do different things. I have to go voting exit report and I have to do our interviews. So just in case you say something along the line of like you're about to drop or something like that, it's not gonna drive. I have to read your rights. It's your right as a U.S. citizen. I have to read it. Which answers my question. I know. I am not. We can talk at any time, but I mean, I have to do everything I do. I have to do my steps. But I do need for you the statement here is pretty much what you told me would happen on a statement. Is on the back, you get a picture of the seating arrangement. I know the seating arrangement. You're at your birthday, sir. Your address one more time. Your phone number. 7387. Is it different than yourself? Same. Do you have your work number? Okay. I'll try to give you as much time as I possibly can. Here, pretty much where you were, like what you told me, where you were going, how fast you're going, what happened at the wake, to the best of your knowledge, and write as best you can. I know you're not going to give me a well-written book, just the best of your knowledge. And then how long have you been driving that boat? How long have you been driving boats? That you check your safety. Everything is local, you check your safety. Every single thing. No, write all that, please. This is the last thing. No, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So, what's the first thing you want? The tiger? No, we'll do that on the back. We'll flip it over and we'll just draw it out. Give me from before the accident, so we were going here. The best is not true, correct? It is true. You know the policy number? 91. It is true. You got it. Policy number. The policy
Lieutenant, we hear somebody say 9112?
Correct.
What's 9112?
That's my call sign.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors real quick, like, how it is when you're communicating on the police radio?
So we communicate via call sign, so every unit, every supervisor has a different number, so what you're hearing.
Standing close, you know?
So what you're hearing there is, that was a supervisor that was on land asking about the insurance company for the vessel that was in the accident. The reason for that is, we're trying to get that boat floated and get it to land, and it costs costs a lot of money to get that done. So what he's working on, while I'm speaking to the defendant, is getting the towboat or seaboat we usually use to get out there and go through their insurance so it doesn't cost their agency the money to get that floated.
LTV vessel is insured, it's through Progressive.
What does LT mean?
Lieutenant,
What is it that the defendant is doing right now?
he's filling out a sworn written statement.
Did he seem to have any difficulty writing this statement?
No, ma'am.
How fast do you estimate you're moving? I don't, right, there's right, I would estimate, or I estimate my speed. Oh, you're sorry.
I mean, I just have a miles per hour, but I would say I usually get out of this point or like. And to build one straight line, only like 43,
Right at that.
What is that equivalent of that?
Depends on how much props you have, how many you have.
You have two benches, 225.
You have 14 people on the floor. There's some, that's why I want to look into the engines and see what they're pushing, what the output, what your hits on your props are. I believe. And then can you put it through your experience on, right? Let's go ahead and move that one, please. How much experience you have driving that kind of. Or This real quick. So wait, I want to do this one real quick. I'm not an artist, so bear with me. That's just put like an initial or the best you can. First and last name is like a dot, and then put an initial first and last name. That's the seating chart you can. Now I'll go to center console where your wife work. Right here. Ways, put your wife and your name here. Hang on. Just hang on. Here. No, that's not. And everybody else. Here. Put all the legs all here. All over that. Here. Oh, and there you go. Was there any person on this? If you remember which row was on this? Because I'm standing in here and the concrete. And it's hard to see. That's not the place they're facing. It's not straight. The girls did the same thing for us. They had a better knowledge of where they were sitting up front. I was just not going to get yeah. But I'm going to go past second. Okay. I'm going to make sure I know what's. I'm going to best you can. Yeah. I mean, do they remember this or like? Sitting, not sitting. No, they the girls up here knew where they were all sitting. So they didn't know what's going on. They didn't know who was back here. I know that. Yeah, and the three individuals that were taken, the wife and two girls, remember which ones they were. So you know, it's Lucy. Lucy was up front. Yeah. Okay. Lucy got so me, so Lucy got the other two girls right here. Okay. And she got taken. So it's if you like where I got these. And then go over the line here. Go over. I mean, got the Lucy right here. Yeah. I'm going over. So it's somewhere here. So I can see it here. You don't have to look around. You just want to I want to get you first before I let you go. I just want to make sure that your wife is at Jackson South, so I don't send you to the wall. Yes. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? I just say that the truth.
Two questions. First off, at that moment, when you say to the defendant, you know, I want to send you to the right place, you can stand up. Were you signifying to him, like, you're not going to keep him in custody?
No, I want to make sure he got back to his wife. He's worried about everybody that was injured. This was his wife. Yes.
Okay, now, just back this up about 10 seconds. I'm going to ask you.
Jackson South, so I don't send you to the wall. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? I just say that the truth. Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted to swear people in to tell the truth?
I am.
Let me know.
You want me to try to put the initials of I remember, but I do remember.
We'll come back to that. I'm looking at it. We'll come back to it in a couple of days time. I can put it. Sure, I want to get you to your wife. I don't want to change up.
I don't know what I do remember, because there were so many times, so, his daughter is here, and CB, here. And then, really, I don't remember. I mean, I know they were up here.
I gonna ask you to write one more thing for me so I don't forget it. After the accident happened, you went on the road.
Yeah, actually, I don't recall if she was like under or she was right next to me. It was so crazy.
Which right, which individual?
I was pretty sure.
Right there. Right there. After accident, I found Lucy and supported Lucy or whatever.
Yeah,
I helped Lucy.
it was like, she may have come out of that boat right when I was gonna go under. And when I went under, she was like right next to me. And I think because I got into the road where the concrete was. First, in this area. So the boat's upside down. The damage here. Here, and I was here. And I saw everybody over here floating.
Where, if she wasn't in the boat, where was she by the damaged area of the boat?
It was like, I would say,
Could you put a little dot right there for me? Put just her initials? She's no choice, it's fine, that's fine. And then,
so then the boat came.
Yep.
And then they left. And then I stayed.
And that boat just took Lucy?
And I continued swimming, looking for people. And then came out, and everybody was over there. So you could see everybody was there. And a guy and a girl came out.
So Lucy was the only one who went the first one. And then the other two went, the other two went the other way.
I don't not those. I don't.
That's fine. Will you write that I
saw they were ready to be.
Can you write that I was swam up to Lucy and I stayed with Lucy until the boat came? Can you write that one, please? Okay, let me go hit my radio real quick and make sure I know exactly what I'm saying. I don't know this. Can you just verify my hospitals? 9210. Especially since we were older.
Oh, actually, I just wanted to ask you a question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to take very, actually, just one. If we can just, look, how much longer am I gonna do it? Okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put the, or just one juror. We're gonna take a break in about another 30 minutes, so if there's one juror, that's fine, send one juror in the back.
Does everybody have to vote?
Just sit for a moment. Just a moment.
community approach while this is going on?
Bring my court reporting list.
That would be
Yes.
helpful, yeah.
Court is still in session, thank you. we're ready to proceed, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a break for all the jurors and everyone else in about 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Lieutenant, with the court's permission, if you could step down for a minute, I want to ask you if you can, when we saw that first interaction between you and the defendant and he's on the boat, what time was that?
That's 2016, which is 8:16.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
8:16 p.m.
That's when you first start talking with him about where his boat is going to be?
Correct.
Showing counsel states 1L for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1L for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this an enlarged photocopy of the actual written statement that the defendant gave to you that we just saw the body worn camera footage of?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 1L for identification and evidence.
Standing objection to this subject
Yes,
matter.
sir. Over objection.
1L, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 102.
102. Thank you.
Is there a place for the defendant to sign signifying that the information here is true?
Yes, ma'am.
Where? Right where my finger is?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please read for us the information that the defendant wrote down that he swore was true?
Going back to Ocean ORC through channel, past boat on left side by my boat. Vessel to the right to avoid big waves. Coming back into wave. I lost control of steering wheel as boat was going through the big waves. I was ejected from the boat. In the back of the boat, I saw Mia and Sarah, my wife Ceci next to me, and the others in the front of the boat. I believe we were traveling at 40 to 45 RPM. I have owned the boat since early 2020. I swam to Lucy and stayed until boat came. Then I stayed looking for others inside the boat.
Record I'm showing counsel now states side I for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you now states 5I for identification. You indicated something about on the back of the form, something was going to be drafted.
Yeah, seating chart.
Okay, and does this show both the front and the back of the original?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, Judge, the state would move states 5I for identification and evidence.
Some objections.
Same objection.
Admitted overlooked and objection.
5I, marked for ID, becomes State Exhibit 103.
Lieutenant, did you actually get to witness with your own eyes as the defendant was filling this out?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to explain to the jurors what the various writings on here
Yes, ma'am.
were done?
Give me a second.
This is your picture of a boat.
Yes,
How long have you been boating?
almost all my life.
Okay. Can you walk us through, what was it that the defendant was explaining to you with this diagram?
I asked him to use initials, first name and last name of people that were on the boat. The goal was trying to find the actual scene chart where everybody was on the boat and see if he had any remnants of it. So as you can see, he put GP for himself for Pino, CP for Ceci Pino, his wife. In the back, he has Mia and Sarah. Then up here, he has KP and CP, Coco and Katy.
About 2 days after your interaction with George Pino at Elliott Key, was it the case that that boat that was involved in this crash was salvaged from the water?
It was.
Did you, after it was salvaged from the water, conduct what's known as an inventory search of that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is an inventory search?
Inventory search are used to find any valuables, watches, high valuable things to make sure they're on the boat. We're looking for safety gear. We have the consent to search, so we're looking through personal belongings, hatches, the GPSs, the engines, trying to figure out what happened on that day.
In the course of that search, did you take photographs of the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing counsel states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Lieutenant showing you states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Do these fairly and accurately depict the vessel once it had been salvaged and you were conducting your inventory search?
Yes, ma'am.
The state removed the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection, Judge.
No objection?
C5J, marked for AD, becomes State Exhibit 104. 5M, State Exhibit 105, and 5N, 106. 5K, 106.
I'm sorry,
5J, 104, 5M, 105, 5K, 106.
All right, Lieutenant, with the court's permission, you can step down and
yes.
first off, as to exhibit 105, can you explain to members of the jury, what is this photograph depicting?
That is a picture of the helm or the steering wheel, the throttle bar. There's two empty holes here where the GPS units were. This will be depicting where the operator was sitting during the operation of the vessel.
Lieutenant, I think you're aware that yesterday our jurors got a chance to actually see this vessel.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were the jurors able to actually see for themselves what the operator's eye view would be from the helm?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically what you're depicting here?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of state's exhibits numbers 104 and 106, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
The front of the center console of the vessel.
Now, if there are a couple of people walking in front of the vessel in that bow area, is it roomy? Is it spacious?
It's not much room at all to move around.
Well, I'm going to ask you if we have evidence here in state's exhibit number 11 that in the seat that's designated number 9 is the name Lucy.
Yes, ma'am.
Using state's exhibit number 106, would you be able to corroborate or show where seat number 9 that says Lucy, where would that be on this?
So we right here on this center, right front of the center console on this padded seat.
So if I write the name Lucy right here, would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's it for that one. Lieutenant, in addition to actually photographing the vessel itself, did you photograph the contents of anything that was recovered from that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing council states 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q for identification. Do states exhibits 5N, 5O, and 5P depict a location where items of alcoholic containers were recovered from, and the items themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I would move the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection.
You need a prior objection.
5N, mark for identification becomes State Exhibit 107. 5O, 108. 5P, 109.
Lieutenant, if you could step down again, please. Okay, Lieutenant, so in the back part of the vessel, behind where the helm would be, there appears to be a place where there's 2 round patches. Well, can you describe what that is?
It's a wash station. They usually have a hose on this left little hole here, and the other one's usually used for trash.
And did you look in the area where the trash would be, if there was anything in there?
Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit number 108, is that the top of what you saw when you opened that trash pouch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you empty that? And did you photograph what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
This State's 109, the items that were in that. Are you in a position to say that George Pino drank all this alcohol?
No.
Do you remember exactly how many alcohol containers were recovered from that?
61.
And I wanted to ask you also, there are 2 exhibits that were already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits numbers 20 and 21. Do you remember seeing these on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these other alcohol containers that were recovered from the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Looks like a type of champagne, the port.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, did you recover some flares that were on the defendant's vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 5Q. Is this a photograph of the flares you recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move 5Q for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
5Q, mark for identification becomes State Exhibit 110.
Forgive me, subject to the prior objection.
Yes, sir.
This might sound obvious, but what are flares for on vessels?
Signaling for distress.
What do you do if your boat becomes disabled and you have flares?
You shoot off the flares, it'll create a large bulb in the sky, bright in color, so other boaters can see it. and it's known around the boating community that that's a sign of distress and that people need help.
What was the expiration date on these flares?
October 20th of 19,
2019?
yes,
When did you do this?
2022.
Well, then I remember that you asked the defendant if he had all the safety equipment that he needed on his vessel.
I did,
Would this be considered safety equipment?
it would,
Is it safe if it's expired?
no.
Judge, this might be a good time in the testimony, if that's all right with the court.
Okay, could you keep going to the new subject?
Correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, around 40 minutes, around 45 minutes. Let's take our one first at this time. If you would please put your note pads inside the envelopes, if you would. Please simply one for one envelope. So it's 12:35. Let's go to 140. 140 for lunch. When you return from lunch, please go to the jury room on the 7th floor, live inside for you to come get you. As everyone stay in the courtroom, excuse the jury just for a moment and a chance to go down the hall. Please remember to wear your badges well displayed at all times. No conversations with anyone. If anyone attempts to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please advise Renee of that, all right? Very good, thank you.
All right.
All right, let me advise the witness, you are under oath, you remain under oath, and not speak with anyone regarding the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll have you excused at this time until 1:40.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking our lunch break until 1:40. Thank you.
Judge, we have a matter we need to address before the jury comes in. Sidebar.
So I have to witness step outside?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay. Back.
Your Honor, during the course of my publication of, shall we say, second statement,
Okay.
not when he was, not after Miranda, and not when he was first asked about, who owns the boat, where does the boat come from, but the one that would have otherwise been covered under the accident report privilege. In the course of publishing that, I noticed that the transcript that was handed out reflected what the defense asked the state to redact, which was any reference to either the lieutenant's request for the defendant's blood sample or his refusal or, his decision to decline giving a blood sample. All of that was redacted, and the redactions are properly reflected in the transcript. Unfortunately, I realized as we were playing it, though I feel like I looked at these videos over and over again, a little portion of what was agreeable to the defense was we over-redacted it. And so on page 2,
Hold on.
yes, of statement 2,
Let me pull it up.
Statement 2, transcript 2. Yeah. This is.
Yeah. Page 2, statement 2.
yes. So the part where it says, 1, 2, 3, 5 lines down, you'll see WT.
Right.
For the,
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
and it begins with the lieutenant saying, I don't know about that yet. So the first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury.
Okay.
The next few sentences or so are redacted, and those are the sentences where he indicated that I like to ask, all that. So those were properly redacted, and then we pick back up with the defendant then saying, I had 2 beers in response to the lieutenant saying, I would like to get a blood sample. For whatever reason, unfortunately, from that until where the lieutenant says you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive the boat.
It's not illegal to boat and drive. It's an accident.
Right. All of that from the 2 beers down to where the lieutenant says you're allowed, for some reason, those were not included on the video.
It should not have been
Redacted. It should have been in. Unfortunately, I think there was a miscommunication between myself.
Okay, well, let me figure it out.
Yeah.
In the video,
Yes.
it's shown to the jury.
Yes.
Did they see when it said, GP, I had 2 beers? See and hear. They didn't see and hear that.
They only saw it on the transcript, which is not evidence. It was not included on the actual DVD, which is.
And then the next line, where
Lieutenant. The lieutenant.
our lieutenant
Yeah,
says, and it's not illegal, is also not there.
Correct.
correct.
Okay. So,
Keep going, Judge.
all right, go ahead.
The next sentence,
Yeah, it's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive.
Right.
that's also not included in the
Wasn't
recording.
included, so,
And more. More was excluded.
okay, go ahead.
Also,
What
the
else
part
was excluded from,
where it says,
Yeah.
I feel perfect in the way my mind was, that also was redacted, which it should not have been.
Right.
And then the next part, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. There's nothing saying that. Are you bleeding anywhere now? That's where it picks back up.
when does it pick back up?
When the defendant says my elbow.
Okay, so here's what you're gonna need to do.
I think we did it.
Okay.
So we now have,
We have to, I don't know, tell me what you propose.
So the issue is that Ms. Adams, when she drew from the witness, from the testimony about the 2 beers, it was Ms. Adams characterizing it as a spontaneous statement. I think that's where it spontaneously said, and we can go to the transcript, but the word spontaneously. we all know it was not spontaneously. It was in response to several sentences of dialogue, including when the witness, Lieutenant Thompson, says, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not.
Okay,
We know it being a blood draw. And so the exact quote was, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not, which I'm not sure it was, so I'd like to ask permission to draw your blood. It's completely up to you.
okay,
And then Mr. Pino says, you know, I had 2 beers.
okay.
Okay. So our concern is that the impression has been left with the jury that Mr. Pino just blurted out, I had 2
Oh,
beers.
yeah, I understand where you're coming, that it was something so spontaneous that just came out of Mr. Pino. So that has to be addressed.
And so the way that I interpreted spontaneous is, at no time did the lieutenant say, have you been drinking? How much did you have to drink? The defendant
That's
volunteers
the way
that.
But that's maybe the way you interpret it. So how do we,
Well,
how do
it's,
I clarify it?
I think what we can do is just either we were able to reinsert all of the part that was initially over redacted. So I have a copy of that. So I can either replay that and just say, Lieutenant, is this what happened? And the jury can follow along again and just leave it at that. Whether I characterize it as spontaneous or not, it's kind of like a, tomato situation, maybe the jury thinks it was spontaneous, maybe they don't, but it's not in direct relation to a question that was posed by the lieutenant.
Well, okay. We know it was perhaps in relation to a question though that was deemed suppressible, that whole area of inquiry.
Correct.
Okay, so let me try to wrap my head around how and what instructions, if any, I should give to the jury that might clear this up.
May I make one possible suggestion, which would be this, that the court instructs the jury that there was a technical issue with the video that was played, and we are now going to play the proper version of it with nothing further, and I'm not going to characterize what he says one way or the other.
Well, and I'll also instruct them that I remind you what the lawyer is asking questions, that's not evidence. It's what the witness says. So this witness is not going to say it was a spontaneous statement by Mr. Pino.
Right. So what I would propose to give context to the statement about 2 beers, because the prosecutor actually, I think, said to the witness, you didn't ask him about alcohol, drinking alcohol, and that Mr. Pino spontaneously said he had 2 beers. I think the simple way to correct it is, as we're going to play the correct version, it just be prefaced with a question by the prosecutor. Something simple as, Lieutenant Thompson, you told Mr. Pino you were investigating whether alcohol was involved, and here's his response. Something as simple as that.
That makes sense. When I think about it. 'Cause
It's not that I have any problem with that. I just worry, does that somehow... Because when this is happening, the lieutenant is not asking questions. He's just explaining why he's going to want to get a sample.
No, but, right, he's explaining why, but the response, and I think we can, that Mr. Pino had was really in response to Lieutenant Thompson bringing up this whole idea, and
I could...
he was forthright in that once Lieutenant Thompson brought up the idea, and it's a refusal that doesn't come in front of the jury.
What I could certainly do is, and, with the witness here, hopefully, I could certainly ask of him, Lieutenant, at some point, did an issue of alcohol come up? Yes. And just leave it at that, and then just play this.
At that point, yeah.
That the investigator, now lieutenant, raised the issue of alcohol, and in response, Mr. Pino said, and we play the tape. Something
Well,
simple.
You're playing it, and you're gonna stop at a certain point. You're gonna play from the beginning again. You gotta play the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you'll stop it until
Yes.
you get there, and then you'll make a note for yourself.
Okay,
You'll ask a question, and then you can handle anything else on cross, if you
Right.
think that.
So,
And I would give the jury an instruction on a technical issue. We're gonna basically redo that. And remind them that, remember, what the lawyers say in their questions is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness.
that's fine, and I would propose that if we start from the beginning, it's only a minute and a half or so, a minute and 40 seconds. Stop after the sentence last played, which ended with the words, "a serious injury."
Right.
That's when the next question to Lieutenant Thompson would be, at that point, you raised the issue with him about alcohol, and the response was recorded, and here we go. And that takes away,
Let it play.
absolutely. That's perfectly
okay, great.
reasonable.
And Lieutenant Thompson's right here.
That's why I thought,
And what I would do, just for brevity's sake, I have a jump drive that has the corrected video and audio that council has been able to see over the break. So what I would seek to do is just ask for it.
Substitute out,
Yes, it's,
what was the exhibit number again?
hold on.
and while she's looking, to be clear, we're not opening any doors to his refusal, to the defendant's refusal by doing it.
Absolutely not.
I'm correct?
We're not opening
This is,
the doors.
Thank
You're correct.
Thank you.
Because that was,
I have a pet peeve about double negatives.
that was,
Thank
the request in limine or to suppress was granted in that regard.
oh, I know what this is. The defense has it.
This is my computer?
So,
So this be next as a Thanks. So, Your Honor, if I may, the corrected audio and visual of the defendant's statement to Lieutenant Thompson is listed for identification as states 5U. And I would seek, hopefully without objection from the defense, other than their prior raised objections, to move 5U for identification into evidence, and then be able to publish that with the caveat that I will preface the 2-beer statement with a question to the lieutenant.
right, aren't we substituting what was already?
Yes, but just to make things a little bit,
I can do it right now. You don't have to do it. Yeah, right, I want to do it now.
you want us to put this statement on the original jump drive?
No. I thought you were going to switch it out.
The only thing that this jump drive has, Your Honor,
Oh,
is
that
the
one
second
statement.
statement. The one that's in evidence has,
Okay, we're good.
okay,
That's another exhibit.
okay, yes.
Okay.
So I'm now moving states 5U for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior objections and perhaps an instruction from the court to explain to the jury that it was omitted and we're now giving it for the jury. The jury may have seen it in the transcript. So to clarify for the jury, they may have already seen this in the transcript. even though the transcript is not evident.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. And what number is it going to
5U marked for ID, State's Exhibit 111.
111. And when you begin to ask the questions, I'll probably tell them anyway. But you're advised that it's now State's Exhibit 111.
Okay.
Okay?
Judge, there's another matter, which so we can go through the whole.
I'll stand in any minute with my jury. So is this something with regard to your sentence?
Yes,
Should you be sitting here?
I don't know. It has to do with anticipated cross-examination questions.
Okay, so when you finish your direct,
Okay,
which will be how much longer?
not much.
Okay, we'll stop for a minute. We'll come sidebar
Okay,
and we can talk about what you want to talk about.
thank you.
Okay, very good.
All rise.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a nice lunch. During the playing of the body-worn camera evidence from Lieutenant Thompson, there was a technical issue with regard to what is essentially the second statement in conversation between Mr. Pino and Lieutenant Thompson. That technical issue has been resolved. There was what you might have been reading on the transcripts was actually not heard on the video. So that's been corrected, and what's going to happen now is the corrected statement is going to be played for you. A few questions about that. The transcript can be handed out again, which would be number 2 transcript. Oh, no, wait, it's number 2 transcript,
Yes.
right? Okay, number 2 transcript. Now, I remind you, the transcript is not the evidence. The evidence is the video, the audio and video, okay? In addition, let me remind you that what the lawyer is asking their questions is not the evidence. The evidence comes from physical evidence and or testimony of the witnesses. Okay? All right.
For the record, I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit 111. Your Honor, may the lieutenant step down while this is playing? Thank you.
Work the FWC. I do all voting accidents that are serious. Anytime someone says somebody gets life-flighted, that's when I come. So, right now, no update. My officers are investigating. So, no update on it. They all went to the same spot. My office, medical staff, won't give an update until my guys get there. They won't do it phones. They don't know if it's actually on. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away.
Everyone knows over here.
Lieutenant, I want to ask you if during this time, did any kind of issue about alcohol come up? Okay.
Can we get a pause, Your Honor?
Just pause it for a minute.
Sure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the portion that was not played before. And the question was asked, questions about alcohol, and this wasn't played for you before. All right? And this is the evidence.
It's not illegal to go to drive. It's not illegal to drink and be a couple years to drive.
I feel perfect in the way that my mind was. I know it happened.
You're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat, but that's not considered. We'll come back to this. Let's get that ready. Okay? I don't want to be I need to get that looked at. Hey, well, what are you guys going to be fire rescue? Bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. Well, what are you guys going to grab me? Fire rescue? Yeah, we're taxing the boat. Just be else. I'm going to fire rescue. Yeah, if he has questions, you'll come. You're heavy breathing. I want you to sit down. I want you to fall over this time. Okay. Come sit down for a minute. No, I understand, but I've heard that shallow breathing before. I've seen people fall over, and the last thing I need is for you to fall over these rocks. So take a seat for me, my friend. So are these all your daughters? This is your daughter on the boat? That's your daughter right there? Okay. And all of them were her friends? It's my daughter's birthday. Okay. Those are our girls. Celebration. We're heading back. I mentioned you. We're going through that channel on the last part. Anyway, we're not judged. We're guesstimate how fast. How many times have you gone through that show? How many hours do you have on this mission?
Your Honor?
Yeah, on the boat. And how many hours, you put hours, how many hours on it?
So I think that resolved the issue of the missing portion.
Oh, yes, that was what was missing previously. All right, we'll continue on.
Pardon?
So we're gonna conclude that.
Thank you.
So Lieutenant, up to now, we've talked about the fact that you spoke with George Pino on the evening of September 4th of 2022, and we talked about the inventory of the vessel that was done once it was salvaged from the bottom of the bay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk now a little bit about something that occurred on June the 9th of last year. Did you and other people involved in law enforcement try to think of a way to explain or express to the jury what the defendant's driving pattern, for lack of a better term, was through the Cutter Bank channel on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted a reconstruction as close as we could.
Prior to doing the reconstruction, were any thoughts given about trying to actually bring the jurors through on the channel?
There were thoughts.
And? Objection, Your Honor.
Too dangerous to bring the jury out there.
Okay. What was the overall plan to try to show the jury as accurately as possible the route that the defendant's vessel took on that afternoon up to leading to it actually hitting a channel marker?
Yes, on May 30th, ASA Adams reached out to me asking if this is even a possibility. Told her that logistically there's going to be a lot of moving parts to get this done, specifically around safety reasons. So we had to make sure we had safety vessels to block off channels. We had to make sure the weather was right that day, the right individuals were there, that we had access to Key Biscayne's airfield. It's a state park, so no drones can be flown. So we had to talk to the FAA for the drones. It was a lot of moving parts for it.
Could you explain to the jurors what the idea was in terms of how this path would be recreated?
So we had the GPS data from the units that were on the defendant's vessel that showed certain track marks and speed that the vessel was operating on September 4th. So we used multiple buoys as points of speed increase or direction change towards the channel marker.
So if there was a track point, say, that indicated that the defendant was going 43 miles per hour, is there a way using GPS to put the buoy like really close to where that track point is?
Yes, ma'am. We used a certified handheld GPS following the exact coordinates from the units from the vessel to match it to the exact spot that we were going to drop the buoy.
Okay. And then in this particular case, were there two last track marks or track points from the defendant's vessel up until it crashed into that channel marker?
There was.
And did a buoy get placed in each of the locations where those last two track points were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what was the idea behind piloting a vessel past those buoys which represented the track points?
The idea was to video record so we could show the jury of the points of acceleration that the GPS showed. So the first buoy was a signal for me to accelerate from one speed to another. while also maintaining a certain track from one buoy to the next. The second buoy was the last buoy prior to the collision with the channel marker.
Now, the second to last track point, can you describe where within the channel that would have been?
Between channel marker 13A and 13.
And where was the last buoy, or the buoy that represented the last track mark prior to impact?
It was right next to channel marker 15.
Now, in order to try to recreate this, did you have available a police vessel?
I did.
What was the size of that police vessel?
30 feet.
What was the size of the Robalo vessel that was salvaged from the bay in this case?
29 feet.
What were the engines that were on the vessel that was used for this?
2 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
What kind of engines were on the Robalo in this case?
2 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
Did it seem that your police vessel was a comparable vessel to show the jurors what took place on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get the police vessel accelerated up to 43 miles per hour at that first buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you then accelerate the vessel to about 47 miles per hour right before you got to that second buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been piloting vessels?
Since I was a young child.
How many times have you piloted toward a steel marker?
Not on purpose.
Okay. Can you talk to the jurors a little bit about what the experience was like trying to recreate a path that you know in real life resulted in the destruction we saw to that vessel in photographs in yesterday?
Yes,
What did you do to manage that?
Objection, reserve a motion.
So,
Okay, hold on. Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So with those two markers that we spoke about earlier, the first one is to start getting to a speed of 43 miles an hour. The second channel buoy that we placed is right next to channel marker 15. We had to take in consideration that if I were to take the exact same route, it was near impossible for me to evade that channel marker.
Okay. Before engaging in this reenactment, for lack of a better term, did you have any alcohol to drink?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any minors on the boat with you?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you make several passes through that channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a drone involved?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you an exhibit. It's not in evidence, it's a demonstrative aid. It's State's Exhibit 2I. This is not scientific. My channel drawing is as good as your boat drawing, but does this represent kind of the tail end of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to use this pen and kind of like show us in cartoon figures almost the route that you basically were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the squiggly line is, does that represent the route that you were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you exhibits that are in evidence at states 23 and 22. Do these accurately depict what channel markers 14 and 15 look like?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the wind and, I guess, sea conditions, like when this was done?
Very favorable, low winds, very slight chop, very small waves on the water.
Was that similar to the weather conditions on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022, Biscayne Bay in the vicinity of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you an exhibit which is in evidence now as State's Exhibit number 11. And now I'm going to show you an exhibit which is State's 106. Now, in State's Exhibit 11, there is a seat which is designated as number 9, and there's a name attached to that. What is that name?
Lucy.
May I have that, please? Thank you. And, Your Honor, may the witness step down, please? So if what we're looking at here in exhibit number 11 is a diagram of the seating arrangements of Mr. Pino's vessel on September 4th, 2022. And if what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit number 106 is an actual photograph of where seats 7, 8, and 9 would be, where it says Lucy, would that correspond to where we are looking at Lucy Huggins?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because, I guess if we do it this way, that would be how we would know that this location is where Lucy was seated. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on over here so we can see. So this is the 3 bench seats here. And a prior witness identified that Lucy was seated here. I'd like to ask if during this process of trying to recreate for the jury a sense of what the defendant's vessel was doing prior to and at impact, was there somebody who actually sat in seat 9, the seat that was identified as the seat that Lucy had been in, filming from that vantage point where the vessel was traveling?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel's, oh, no, it's already in evidence, state's number 98. Earlier, did you get a chance to look at this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I acknowledge this exhibit.
Same objections previously asserted.
And over those objections?
Lieutenant, would you be able to come down here for the court
Yes.
submission? I'm going to stop this a couple of times and then replay it from the beginning, but we're heading down the channel, and I'm going to stop this and ask you kind of where we're at.
Yes, ma'am.
What channel marker is that?
Be 13. 13A?
Take a close look.
13A.
Okay. What's this right here?
That's our first GPS buoy.
And what does that represent?
Reaching that at 43 miles an hour, that is the moment where I start to accelerate to 47 miles an hour.
And is this buoy in just about the same location as that second to last track point before the vessel strikes the channel marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. as I can. What is that?
That's the second GPS buoy.
Okay. And this represents the last track point prior to impact?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, what is this channel marker there?
Green marker 15.
You're quite a ways away from it.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it already?
Yes, ma'am.
Last thing I want to ask you about was yesterday. Our jurors came and examined the robalo at your office, just in front of the office building, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to them viewing the boat, did you stand next to the boat and point to 2 locations on that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 68. And if the witness can step down, please, Judge?
Yes.
Can you use this exhibit to point out the 2 locations that you pointed to for the jurors?
The first point is right here. The second point is right here.
Can you explain to the jurors what you were pointing out?
Up here, I'm pointing out what we call the ink transfer from the green day board that was on top of markers 15 as the initial impact point.
And you pointed to a second location.
Here,
What is that?
secondary impact point.
And why were you, what was there that let you know that?
The extreme amount of damage that started from this point.
And in fact, was there paint transfer there as well?
There was.
Showing council states 5S and 5T. Do exhibits 5S and 5T represent the 2 locations of paint transfer that you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move states 5S and 5T for identification and evidence.
No objection.
5S, mark for identification, non-states exhibit 112, 5T 113.
I'm sorry, 113.
113.
Thank you.
And in my right hand, I have the paint transfer at the front of the bow of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
And on my left hand, I have the paint transfer that was in the middle part of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions.
One is on here, just one, thank you. Counsel, before you start the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of the direct examination of the witness, there was a question asked of the witness, and the response from the witness was that, he used the word dangerous in his response. I overruled the defense objection. That objection should have been sustained. You would disregard any statement or any conclusion by the witness with the use of the word dangerous in terms of what he has done. All right? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, you indicated that during your interviews and interactions with Mr. Pino that there was no detection on your part. You did not observe any signs of impairment by alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first time. At the point that you had your first interaction with Mr. Pino, however, approximately 2 hours had passed since the accident in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, to be more specific, the accident occurred sometime around 6:37 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the first time that you had contact with Mr. Pino was at 8:16 p.m. according to your testimony today. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
So almost 2 hours later. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would you not agree that that persons who were with Mr. Pino closer in time to the point of the accident, 6:37, that their impressions as to Mr. Pino's whether Mr. Pino appeared to be impaired by alcohol or not would be important to know?
Yes, sir.
And if such persons that observed Mr. Pino at the time closest to the accident were to say that they didn't detect or didn't observe anything about Mr. Pino which would have indicated alcohol impairment, that would be valuable for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As well as witnesses to Mr. Pino's state of mind or physical state while he was actually at the sandbar in this case. Witnesses at the sandbar with Mr. Pino who were able to say there was no evidence of impairment by alcohol with Mr. Pino, that also would be important for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Particularly if those witnesses did not observe any evidence of alcohol impairment. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
We heard earlier today that when you had your first opportunity to have interaction with Mr. Pino, that was at the seawall at Elliott Key Harbor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was on a police boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was on a police boat with one of your members of your crew that day, Keith Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you are asking Mr. Pino some basic background questions about his boat during that interaction, Mr. Pino answered those questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he also offered an explanation, his memory about how this accident occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to go through slowly with you. We have the benefit of the transcript that was prepared for the jury. And Mr. Pino says that we were coming through the channel. Of course, he's referring to Cutter Bank Channel. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yes, sir.
And there were two girls sitting in the back. A boat was coming. We were going by the little, and then you interrupt him and say, you leave the boat in the water at Ocean Reef, or is it at a trailer at Ocean Reef? That's all that you were interested in at that moment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Pino continues with his answer, and he tells you, no, it's in the water. So anyways, I turned back to look because there were two girls sitting in the back seat of the boat. And I had 5 or 6 in the front, my wife in the middle, and we were coming, and I approached the waves head first, like I always do. And the boat hit. I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were okay, okay if they were sitting in the back, and the next thing I know, it hit the wave, and I tried to swing, and the right side of the boat would be the left side of the boat hit the pylon. My God, I can't believe it. You recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was telling you that in his memory of the way the accident occurred, as a part of that, he believes that the left side of his boat made contact with the pylon.
Objection, calls for speculation.
This is what he told you, isn't
Excuse
it?
me.
I'm gonna open rule as to what was said. Go ahead,
But Judge,
go ahead. Only-
That in fact is not the case though, correct? The
Correct.
left side of Mr. Pino's boat did not make contact with the pylon in this case, did it?
No, sir.
In fact, we know just from the pictures presented in this case. This is it. Thank you. As we saw in State's Exhibit number 68, very clearly, damage happens to the right side of the boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not a mystery in this case, is it? That's not in dispute here, right?
No, sir.
But at least when Mr. Pino had that initial interaction with you, it was his belief, his memory at that moment, that actually it was the left side of his boat.
objection.
That's the same as to
There's-
what Mr. Pino's belief was or wasn't.
You go on, you ask him if he has a trailer for the boat, and he tells you that the boat goes back to Ocean Reef, et cetera, and so on. There's then another opportunity that you have to speak with Mr. Pino, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because after you had your initial interaction with him while he was at the seawall on Officer Alec's boat, you went because you needed to make some phone calls, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In connection with the accident scene that you were working, or the accident investigation that you were working, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you came back, you had a further conversation with him. And you tell Mr. Pino, Mr. Pino says to you, someone told me that, well, the other girl that was on there, Cammie, she's over there. She was there on the boat with my wife when the other girl was getting airlifted. And you reply, see, I'm still getting all the pieces. See, I'm still getting all the pieces. Pino, she said that she was getting CPR. You respond, I don't know about that yet. So first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury. And Mr. Pino, then there was some conversation between you, Mr. Pino, about alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says to you, in response, he says, I had 2 beers. You recall him saying that?
Yes, sir.
And your response to that was, and it's not illegal to boat and drive. It's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive. And that's a true statement, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, I feel perfect in the way my mind was. I mean, I know what happened. I've been operating boats forever. I've done that ride 1,000 times. Do you know if Mr. Pino has done that ride 1,000 times?
I did not know.
Do you know if it's true?
I do not know if that's true.
Did you ever examine or become aware of the data examination of the GPS devices in Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes, sir.
Did either of the historic track points in either of the GPS devices reflect thousands of rides through the Cutter Bank Channel?
No, I did not.
So this was Mr. Pino's memory.
Objection.
The same.
The GPS devices did not bear out Mr. Pino's statement that he had been through the Cutter Channel thousands of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you reply to that and you say, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. And this is what you told him, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is a true statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And during this conversation, further, Mr. Pino takes the opportunity, after following some additional conversation between the two of you, he takes the opportunity to tell you again about what his recollection, what his memory is of how the accident occurred. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, that was my wife and myself, right? And then two girls were on the back, and the rest of the girls in the front in the seating area. And then we were going through the last marker. There was a boat coming through, which was bigger. So the waves, I was veering to the right to cut into the waves. You say, okay. Mr. Pino continues, right, like I always do, cut right through the waves, and I knew I was going to hit some waves. I looked back at the two girls that were sitting back there because I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch. I even remember exactly who it was. It was Coco. Pretty sure it was Coco and Andrea. You recall him giving you that answer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Coco, he was referring to someone by the name of Coco Aguilar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Andrea, he was referring to someone known as Andrea Knopfler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler, they were passengers on Mr. Pino's boat at the time that this accident occurred.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino is telling you that he even remembers exactly who was sitting behind him, again saying it was Coco and Andrea. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, that turned out not to be true. Is that right?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Did you conducted a further investigation in the days and months leading or after this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you determined who, in fact, of the passengers were sitting in the back of the boat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And did your investigation reveal that it was Sarah Gutierrez?
Objection, this is hearsay.
Sustain.
Your investigation did not reveal that Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler were sitting in the back of the boat.
Objection, it's hearsay.
Sustain. Go ahead.
Exhibit number 11, please. So I'm handing you exhibit number 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, you recall, Detective, that exhibit number 11 was the boating diagram that was presented to the various passengers in this case in order to develop the seating chart of the seating chart of the passengers as they sat on Mr. Pino's boat on the day of this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you would, referring to exhibit number 11, what did your investigation reveal as to who was sitting in the back of the boat?
Objection, Judge, that's not what Exhibit 11 demonstrates.
Is it introduced?
Yes.
Evidence?
Yes, but it was not from the detective, it was the words of other witnesses.
You allow, go ahead.
It says Sarah and Mia.
Not Coco and Andrea.
Correct.
So Mr. Pino gave you mistaken information when he said that Coco and Andrea were sitting behind him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino goes on. And he tells you, speeding up a bit, he says, so I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, because I'm cutting into the waves and you guys are on the back, and if you bump around, they were right on the back. There was a seat at the back of the boat, and as soon as I said it, I was cutting through the wave and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when it hit the waves, the wheel turned a little bit, okay, turned a little bit as I was cutting back in, and I lost a little bit control, and I think I turned, okay, and it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skimmed the left side of the boat, probably towards the front to try to turn away from it. So again, Mr. Pino tells you that it was the left side of the boat that made contact. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he goes on to say, and the boat hit the left front boat, and then we all got ejected. Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement to you that, quote unquote, they all got ejected, or I'm sorry, that we all got ejected, was true?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement that, quote, we all got ejected was an accurate statement?
Objection, Judge.
You asked Mr. Pino, once you get ejected, when you came up, what did you see that you can remember? And Mr. Pino says that I know exactly what I saw. It's because I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem recalling because it was very scary. I got up, so I know I couldn't believe what had happened. I saw a few people floating. I yelled. I recognized some of them. They said, all right, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And then I immediately went under the boat to see if anyone was there. You recall him telling me that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall asking Mr. Pino, do you remember who was under there, referring to the boat? And Mr. Pino responded, I'm very clear who was under there, and I got her. And you asked Mr. Pino, what was her name? Do you remember what Mr. Pino told you?
I have to look at my notes.
Mr. Pino told you it was Natty Reed. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
And we, of course, are here in this trial because it wasn't Natty Reed who was under the boat, right?
Correct.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation. Who is he there?
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sure. Lucy Fernandez was under the boat, wasn't she?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Not sure I understand the.
Come over here, please.
Sure.
Explain it to me. All right. Counsel? Thank you. You may
Thank
proceed.
you. Thank you.
And, your questions. Mhm.
At any time after the accident, did you interview Natty Reed?
I'd have to go through my notes.
Do you know of anyone from you or your agency or any other agency that interviewed Natty Reed after the accident?
I would have to go through my notes.
Now, your conversation with Mr. Pino continued on later after that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that you asked Mr. Pino if he would write a statement as to his, what happened, he agreed to do that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had conversations between the two of you regarding any number of things that he and you thought would be appropriate to place in the statement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you asked Mr. Pino about was how fast he was going. If you remember, it's what his speed was.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? And Mr. Pino mentioned to you, first he said 39 RPMs, 38, 39 RPMs, and RPMs means what?
Rotations per minute.
And when you're on a boat like Mr. Pino's, it's very common that the screen on many of these boats kind of shows what your speed is based on rotations per minute, RPMs, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if the RPMs are 39 RPMs, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going 39 miles per hour on a boat. Is that right?
Correct.
Because there are many variables with speed on a boat, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, he discussed that with Mr. Pino because he was asking you, what does 39 RPMs correspond to in miles per hour? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were telling Mr. Pino that, just as we said, it could be a couple different things. It could be propeller, that he had 14 people on the boat. These are some of the variables which would affect speed. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that Mr. Pino offered was that he said he had a lot of weight on the boat, and that he said, quote, I have two engines, two 225s. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when he said 225s, he was referring to the size of the engines on his boat.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you, the engines that were on Mr. Pino's boat, the boat that was involved in the accident had two 300 horsepower engines. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Twin 300s.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Pino ever owned a boat prior to the boat that was involved in this accident?
No, sir.
You did notice when you began your interview with Mr. Pino that he did have his head wrapped in a gauze bandage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was that his head was wrapped in a gauze bandage?
I did not.
suspect some head injury?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino, in fact, prepared the written statement for you that you asked for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in evidence now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino also told you, as we know, what his memory was as to how the accident happened. We just went all through that. Did you follow up with any type of investigation to determine if Mr. Pino's memory about another boat contributing to the cause of the accident occurred?
I did.
And what did you do in order to determine if there was another boat that contributed to this accident?
Multiple different things.
I'm sorry, you need to keep your voice up, sir.
Multiple different things.
Such as, Lieutenant, what did you do?
We spoke to Good Samaritans that were very first on scene. There was a picture taken by a Good Samaritan that showed the northbound aspect of the boating accident. We contacted other agencies, seeing if there were cameras in the area. We interviewed the passengers on the vessel.
And did you find anything in all of that which corroborated Mr. Pino's memory as to whether there was another boat?
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, no.
No.
You mentioned a picture taken by a Good Samaritan. How was that helpful to you in coming to the conclusion?
The photograph shows an image of the vessel that the defendant was operating capsized. I believe it's 3 minutes post-accident time. I'll have to verify in my notes if that's exact time. And it shows a northbound view of Key Biscayne with no vessels in sight.
And you said it was approximately 3 minutes after the accident?
I would have to look at my notes, but around that time frame.
Could it have been as soon as 2.5 minutes after the accident?
Could have been.
And the picture that you were referring to was a wide enough view so that you were comfortable that any boat that might have fit the description that Mr. Pino gave would still have been within the picture frame.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, one of the things that was recovered 2 days after the accident were some empty alcoholic beverage containers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was when the boat was actually recovered out of the water. There was an inspection done of the boat,
Yes, sir.
and that's where these things were discovered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier today that there were 61 empty alcoholic beverage containers.
Yes, sir. To my memory.
I see exhibits 107 through 109, yes. Lieutenant, were you a part of the recovery team of the boat on the 6th?
Objection, I couldn't be on the scope of direct.
Yes, you don't-
Just a question.
I'll allow one question.
Sure, I think that's all I need. Were you part of the recovery team?
I was at the dock that day.
You. Yeah. That must be easy. While the clerk is looking for the exhibit, I wanted to ask you some questions about your reenactment that you did on June 9th, 2025. Do you recall, I received let me ask you this, do you recall what time it was that the actual reenactment was done?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Do you have your notes with you?
I do.
Why don't you take a look at those and look up in you have your memory refreshed.
Around 8:47 a.m.
So at 8:47 a.m., is that when the actual runs with the vessel were done?
I don't have that report with me. That was the time frame that we started doing runs, but I don't know the full time frame of how long.
Okay. The group of persons that were going to be involved met at Bayfront Marina at about 8 a.m. that day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying that about 8:47, you guys were out at the location,
Yes, sir.
and that's when the activity began. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the tide was, the tide phase at that time
I do.
on that day? What was it?
It was a plus 1.75.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Plus 1.75.
Lieutenant, I want to show you one of the drone aerial footage that was taken on that day. That's take a look at that with me.
Yes, sir.
Before we look at the video, as I understand it, your testimony earlier was that you tried to follow the historic track that Mr. Pino's vessel took on the day of this accident as you possibly could. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the track that you followed was, based on the information that you took off or that you received from Mr. Pino's actual SIMRAD GPS device. Is that right?
The information I was given to Paul Adler, yes.
All right. And you were able to, it was actually you that was navigating or that was driving the test boat?
Yes, sir.
And you had that information, I presume, on the screen in front of you, the historic track, so that you could kind of steer on that. Is that right?
Mr. Adler did.
You said, was Mr.
Albert, sorry.
Albert was driving the boat?
No, he was present.
Okay. My question, though, is that how was it that you were able to drive on close to the same track that Mr. Pino drove?
He set the GPS buoys himself and instructed me to follow the buoys from one buoy to the next.
Understood. And that was based on the historic tracks that were present on Mr. Pino's SIMRAD device?
Yes.
And you are comfortable, or you were convinced that the buoys that Mr. Albert set up for you are consistent with the actual course that Mr. Pino drove on the day of this accident? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Carlos, if you would call up S1001384. Yard, may Lieutenant Thompson come down and take a look?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna play this through one time, and we'll ask some questions about it. All right, prior to, hold that for a second. Now, prior to viewing this, you and I met today, and you authenticated for me that this video that you're about to see is an accurate representation of what took place that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, can we have what exhibit number this is?
Yeah, it's 97.
Thank you.
Once you start, you will. Hold it there for a second. So this is the vessel that you're operating?
Yes, sir.
And just for the sake of the record, what we're looking at here is a part of the Cutter Bank channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you see what I'm pointing at the channel marker here. Do you know what channel marker that is?
13A,
Pointing at another one with the red triangle. You know what that is?
14,
And the final channel marker that I'm pointing at?
15.
15 is the channel marker that was aligned with, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's continue. Ready to stop. Just let it- Let's run that back again. Stop it. Lieutenant Thompson, where your vessel appears at that moment, at the 18-second timestamp, you're just, 13A is just to the left side of your vessel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's plenty of space between your vessel and the 13A channel marker at that point, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
Continue, please. Stop it there. Now, at this point, just past the 13A channel marker, you are still within the Cutter Bank channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And would you consider that the location of your vessel at that point is somewhere in the center of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, sir.
Continue. And as your vessel is continuing now, that is more in line with the left side of the channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if there are no oncoming boats present in that condition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is because the area has been essentially quarantined by other police vessels, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There were no oncoming boats, as you said earlier, you were convinced no oncoming boats at the time of the accident, that Mr. Pino was involved, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you are past channel marker 15 at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were able to avoid aligning with channel marker 15, obviously, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason that you were able to avoid aligning with is because you were focused entirely on that channel. Correct. The very purpose that you were there was to conduct this experiment, if you will, is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's reenactment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's all that you were focused on, right?
I'm focused on all my surroundings while on the water, making sure I'm not gonna hit any other channel markers, making sure the water depths are good, that my passengers are safe. I'm not just focused on that green marker.
Sure, but because you were completely focused, as you said, on all of these things, you were able to approach that channel marker 15 at close to or at the same rate that Mr. Pino was able to, that Mr. Pino approached that, but you managed to avoid colliding with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you saw it in front of you,
Yes, sir.
correct? You saw it even before you got to the channel mark itself, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to make a decision as you got closer to it, to turn, or in your case, you turned slightly to the left in order to avoid the collision, right?
Yes, sir.
And but for the fact that you were not distracted by anything else, you were able to safely get around channel marker 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just final question for you, Lieutenant. You mentioned earlier in response to my question about the tide that was present. Tide, T-I-D-E. You answered my question about the tide that was present at the time that you conducted this recreation. Do you know what station that tide was measured from?
No, sir.
And I ask because, of course, different stations will have different tide levels. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what the tide might be in downtown Miami isn't necessarily where the tide is going to be in Coconut Grove, for example.
It'll be pretty close based on the area, but it will be different.
Okay. And I believe you said that the tide, as you recall, was plus 1.75. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
And that means exactly what?
There's a standard level that the sea level's at, and it goes up and down from there. So plus 1.75 would be 1 foot, 0.1 and 0.75 feet above that standard level.
And was that considered the highest tide for that day?
No, it was
At
not.
that time? What was the high point tide?
I do not know.
Do you know what the low point tide was?
I do not.
Right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
think so.
Yes. Speaking of tides, the tide on the day that recreation was done, you indicated the tide was what exactly?
Plus 1.75.
Did you ever research what the tide was at that location on September 4th, 2022 at about 6:30 p.m.?
I did.
What was it?
The high tide of the day was at 4:48 p.m., which was plus 2.2. The low tide was going to be at 11:33 p.m., which is negative 0.7. So it's be somewhere between there, roughly around 1.5 feet.
So at the time that the vessel collision happened in this particular case, the tide was lower than it was during this recreation?
It was.
Now, in terms of what that means as far as how high up or down the water moves along that channel marker, when would the water have been higher up on the channel marker? On the day of the recreation or at the time of the crash?
It was higher at the day of the recreation.
So at the time of the crash, would more of the sign have been visible?
It would have.
I want to show you a picture. It's in evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Do you recognize from this investigation who is depicted in these photographs?
More or less, yes.
And are a lot of these girls the girls that were in fact on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you a question first off. Are they black or white?
No.
Huh?
Colored picture.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We needed that on a Friday. What is the race of these girls? Black, white?
Mostly white.
Okay. What about hair length?
Longer hair for most of them.
What are they wearing?
String bikinis.
Some of them are wearing sunglasses.
Yes,
Overall, do these girls kind of look alike?
they do.
So when Mr. Pino is trying to tell you where he remembers the individual girls were, maybe not so easy to distinguish them when they're wearing bathing suits?
Correct.
The defense asked you about Mr. Pino saying that he's traversed that area thousands of times. Were you taking him literally at that moment?
No, ma'am.
So like if I say to you, we've had thousands of sidebars in this trial, do you think we've really walked over to the side of the judge's bench thousands of times?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if when Mr. Pino told you that he had had 2 beers, do you know for sure if that's the truth?
No.
When he told you that there was this other vessel that caused this crash, do you know if that's the truth?
No.
Do you know whether he said that because he was misremembering what happened?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if maybe he said that because he wanted to blame somebody else for this crash? Do you know?
No.
Nothing else.
All right, the witness is excused. Sir, you may be subject to recall. Your name and you'll speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You're good for today?
Yes, my witness, I explained, will have to come back next week.
And the witness will be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end for today at this time. Please put your notepads on the side of your envelopes. We've voted over a couple of days now. And it's very important that you continue to be vigilant with regard to my instructions. Protecting yourselves. No outside information, potential influence. Do not discuss this case with anyone. If anyone is curious about what you are doing, where you are, the response is, I'm sorry, I'm on a jury, and that's all I can say. And that's that. Okay? Please do not speak to each other at all about this case. Don't speak with anyone else. Please don't conduct any research or investigation. Don't conduct your own experiments, because none of that is evidence. You're getting evidence in court. That's all you can rely on, with the instructions I can give you on the line to ultimately reach your decision. Avoid contact. Anyone who comes to try to speak with you or in your presence, that's the case. Please avoid that. Anyone persists, please report that to Renee, who's bring it to my attention. You think you see or hear anything in the news, social media about this case, even if you're not sure, don't wait and listen, try to find out. Ignore it, okay? I'm going to ask you to return on Monday, 9:30. Please be here by 9:30. You'll report to the jury room on the 7th floor. Please, Mondays are busy with other people coming in for jury duty and other jury work. Please wait inside the jury room. Spent already a week and a half, 2 weeks with them. So we know who it is. Wait for him to come up inside the jury room to bring everyone together to bring you into the courtroom. Okay? All right. Again, please be here Monday at 9:30. Check into the jury room on the 7th floor, and have a restful and pleasant weekend. And they will see you out now and take your envelopes with you. Thank you.
All right.
Again, everyone, please remain in the courtroom to allow the jury to exit and work their way down the hall. All right, everyone can have a seat. And I just want to go over with all of you in preparation. I ask you please, and I had mentioned it before to the attorneys. I'm going to be looking at and working on the jury instructions this weekend. I'm going to be looking specifically at any special requested jury instructions. And that's going to include, I believe the state has provided me with a special requested instruction on the navigational rules. I'm going to be looking at that over the weekend. Okay? And I have from the defense proposed instructions which somewhat mirror, well, they do mirror, but they include additional requests that are not within the current standard instructions. That's going to be very important for us to discuss all of this. So the sooner that we start looking at them and evaluating these current standard instructions for the manslaughter and for vessel homicide, for that. Okay? So please work on that over the weekend, and I'll let you know that I am looking not only in Florida, because I know what the standard, we see what the standard instructions are, but I'm looking again throughout the state on that issue, and may or may not be looking outside the state of Florida, because I'm not sure to what extent the requests that have been made, how they, special instruction from the state, in addition to the additional language from the defense, as special instructions, I think a lot of this could be matters of first impression. So I invite you to look even outside of the state of Florida at how other jurisdictions might address some of these issues that we know we're going to have. It's not going to be a surprise what it is. Okay? All right. That's the one thing. And the second thing is, in terms of where we're going as far as witnesses, my understanding is we're going to have, I think, 2 additional witnesses from the state.
Yes,
Okay. One is going to be the medical examiner.
correct.
Will that be your first witness for Monday?
I'm not sure. I need to speak with
See
each
how
of
that
them to
works
figure out
In
how their
terms of
schedules
time.
are.
All right. And then you're going to have the witness, Mr. what is it? The expert.
Alber, A-L-B-E-R.
As your expert witness. Okay. If there are any issues that you anticipate regarding that witness, Mr. Albert, or either of the witnesses, okay, if you would put me on notice through email as to what concerns might be raised, so we will discuss those before I begin the jury, as much as we can. Okay? Because that's been very helpful in terms of keeping our proceedings smooth. All right. Well, that's all I have, and that would be the end of the state's case, and then we would move forward. I will ask, and I don't I'm not going to comment because there's going to be defense motions at the close of the state's case. So if we do proceed, the defense should be ready to proceed with your witnesses for, I would imagine, sometime after lunch. I'd say have your witnesses ready before 1:30 or so in the afternoon. Just if we are proceeding past the defense motions, it should be done. Okay. Does anyone have anything they want to talk about now?
Yes, Judge. Over one of the breaks, Mr. Shrevenick and I both signed off on a stipulation regarding the fact that the defendant's vessel was in operable condition on the day in question. I'd like to ask if that can be marked as a court exhibit and admitted into evidence.
All right. Defense?
Yes.
Okay.
I signed it, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it as a court exhibit. The parties have stipulated, but then what I will do is, at the point in time that you ask me to publish that to the jury, I would publish it as a court exhibit. I would read them the instruction on stipulations, and then I would read that to them.
Thank you.
That would be
I'll
court.
leave it to you, though, to notify me
Yes.
at what point you would like me to provide that information to the jury.
Excellent.
That would be court exhibit 1.
Court exhibit 1, next.
I am told that during my, I believe, redirect with Lieutenant Thompson, I could hear sound behind me, but I was focused on what I was doing. I am told that the defendant may have been muttering something along the lines of, it happens, it happens, it happens. I notice, from being over on that side when I need to view the angle of the monitor screen, he's in very, very close proximity to the jurors. And I hope maybe somebody misunderstood what was taking place, but I did hear noise behind me. And so I just hope that the defendant is not doing something along those lines.
I had made some adjustments to the seating arrangements of everyone, and I did not hear anything.
I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do this. Okay? I'm going to remind everyone, including not only people in the audience, but also specifically the parties, the attorneys as professionals, and Mr. Pino. We won't have this. No conversations back and forth. And I'll remind counsel again to please make sure it's understood by Mr. Pino, because I'm not going to speak to Mr. Pino directly unless, of course, counsel has no issue with that. But I did not hear anything, but I'm reminding everyone that even gestures are inappropriate. So with any witness and with anyone in the courtroom. So not only verbal, but any kind of gestures from anyone in this courtroom that could potentially be seen by the jury. And again, that includes Mr. Pino, that includes me, frankly. Okay, that the jury could see or hear is improper. So, please, again, I did not hear anything and I did not see anything. So I'm just going to give everyone, counsel, I'm going to speak to you. May I say something to your client?
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Pino, I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
remind you to please maintain composure and please no statements or whispering. Again, I didn't hear anything, and please refrain. I haven't seen anything from any kind of gestures or anything like that could potentially be seen by the jury. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank
For
you
the
very
record,
much. Thank,
I haven't got any of those.
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all we need to do. And I think with that, we've concluded our proceedings. See you all at 9:30 on Monday, the 15th. Thank you.
Just what time? 9:30.